Danielle, how are you?
I'm good. I feel a bit nervous. I don't know why.
Episode 93. 93? 94. Did I say
You said 94.
94? 94.
Yeah.
I can't remember. And we're doing the Instagram live for the first time just on me. Obviously, I don't have a Jamie.
Let's
So
put in, woo.
yeah.
I'm here.
So this episode's coming out soon. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. So.
Actually, sorry. First thing, you're obviously not from here.
No, I'm definitely not. Can you tell?
No, you're definitely not.
I'm from London.
London.
Yeah. So I was born in Islington, North East London.
Right.
And grew up in East London near Walthamstow.
All right, hang on a second.
Am I talking? Oh, is that better?
That's better. Got to see your face.
I was like, no, I was hiding. What do you mean? I was like, the less you can see me, the better.
You can't hide.
Okay.
So London.
Yeah.
So you grew up in London.
Yeah, I grew up in East London, very close to Essex. So I definitely have a little bit of an Essex twang. Everyone always says that I'm an Essex girl, but I'm actually not.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you have the Essex twang?
One of my first ever boyfriends was from Essex. I blame him.
Why does it always come back to a relationship?
I don't know, because we blame people for everything we do. Other people. We shouldn't, but we do.
No, we definitely shouldn't.
No, we definitely shouldn't.
Take responsibility in getting that.
I went to a really shit school as well, though.
Oh.
That's probably why I don't pronounce things properly. My nan wanted me to have elocution lessons, so I sounded like her.
Ella what lessons?
Like, basically, so I'd speak like the Queen
Oh.
and not sound like Commoner's Muck.
Oh. Is your grandmother still around?
No, she's not, but I believe she's definitely within me because we're very alike apart from our accents.
So I'd never actually heard someone say that before. Usually they say they're around me,
No, I say
but she's
definitely part
within
of me. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. We're very, very alike.
Right.
Yeah. In some good ways and in some bad ways.
What are the good ways?
I believe that she was very intuitive, very intelligent. She was very beautiful.
Mm.
Yeah. But she was also quite angry at times.
Oh.
She had some inner demons.
Oh.
But,
We've all got inner demons.
Yeah. Yeah. She was a practicing Buddhist. She was a Buddhist.
Oh.
Yeah. Which is really funny because when I grew up, she used to get us to meditate and I used to be like, oh my God, why are we doing this shit for? I hated it. And then
Hang on.
And
Your grandmother back then was a
when
Buddhist.
When I was really young, she used to get us. We used to stay at her house, and in the morning she would get us to meditate.
Right.
And the reason that's so funny now is because probably about 10 years ago, I did my yoga teacher training and started learning to meditate and doing all the things that
you hated.
That I hated when I was younger, and used to be like, "What's this?"
I think when you're younger though, because you don't really understand why you're doing something, and if you don't theoretically if you don't enjoy it, you're kind of like, oh, why do I have to do this shit?
Yeah, definitely.
Like I remember going to whenever we used to go to Indonesia when I was younger, around Christmas time, we'd have to go to midnight mass.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck?
it.
Why the fuck do we have to fucking wake up at midnight? Or like,
yeah, I used to get to do these breathing activities. I can't remember what you call it now, but where you hold one nostril and then you did all this. And I used to be just like, what is this shit she's getting us to do? Like, I used to just think it was crazy behaviour.
Right.
But yeah, I'm all about crazy now these days. and that's definitely not crazy.
we'll get into the crazy now.
Yeah.
But so what did you want to be when you grew up in like London? Like, what did you think you were going to be doing?
It's really funny, but when I was a teenager, I used to go to drama school. I used to want to be an actress. Always been like a bit of a natural drama queen.
And a
Born
natural drama queen.
Yeah, born drama queen.
Right. And so you didn't want to pursue that, or you tried to?
No, well, you just like, I don't know, I guess you get to like 17, 18, you just start going out a lot and you just want a job and you just want to make money, don't you?
Yeah, to make friends and then
and
blow it all on the
go
weekend.
crazy, yeah.
And when did you come to Australia?
13 years ago, which
Okay.
makes me feel so old.
We were just talking about that off recording, and it's only as you only feel
Yeah, I definitely don't feel like I'm nearly 40.
you're only as old as you feel.
Yeah.
So if you don't feel like you're old,
Yeah, I definitely don't. It's just when people ask how long I've been here, I'm like, whoa, that's so long. Yeah, I mean, I've been in Australia now more of my adult life than I was in London,
right?
which is insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Why Australia?
Well, originally I was just I just wanted to be a backpacker. I just wanted to go travelling. I was like, I'm going away. I worked in finance in London and I hated my job.
I worked in finance as well.
Yeah, oh my God, hasn't everyone at some point, I feel? I feel like
Probably.
so many people have had a corporate job at some point and then just rebelled.
What were you doing in finance?
I worked in KYC, which is like know your customer. It's the most boring shit ever.
I did so one of my last projects that I did for banking and finance was a KYC project
Oh, really?
for corporate
Yeah.
and institutional banking.
I did it for 7 years in all different investment banks. But I used to make really good money and I used to get contracts. So I'd finish contracts and I'd go on holiday for a month.
Yeah.
Didn't save a penny of my money, just used to blow it all on holidays.
Go to Spain.
Don't regret it at all. Yeah, I used to go to Ibiza pretty much every year.
Oh, Ibiza girl.
Yeah, I was. Yeah,
Jesus.
so stereotypical.
I mean, that's kind of like Australians going to Bali,
Yeah.
It's the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Except Ibiza's like
Way better.
1,000 times better.
Yeah.
Although Bali is
Sometimes.
now the number one tourist destination in the world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, thanks to the Ukraine war,
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
because the Russian mafia are bringing all the money and all the Ukrainians and the
I
Russians
didn't
to
know
Bali.
that. That's,
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
So
Yeah.
2 years ago, I went to Bali, and my friend that lives there, she said to me that in the first 6 months of the year, there was like 1 million immigrants,
Oh, wow.
and out of every second or third person, I was like high cheekbones, flawless skin, not from here.
Yeah. I love Bali. It's beautiful, but I always get Bali belly when I go. I'm always sick.
Don't you learn?
I'm so sensitive.
Fucking bottled water.
I don't know. It's
Stop putting water in your mouth.
I'm not. Yeah, but I don't do that. I don't
Ice
know.
cubes.
Yeah,
It's
don't
the ice
know.
cubes.
I know what it is every time.
It's the toothbrush in the bathroom. That's
I
what.
always use bottled water.
Do you?
I'm so OCD. Yeah, I definitely did use
Definitely not
bottled.
OCD enough.
Yeah, I'll just have to not eat next time I go. Just eat crackers the whole time.
Actually, so 2 years ago when I went, I didn't eat salad.
Oh yeah, because they would wash it. And
Yeah, they will wash it. So you don't eat. You can't eat
Yeah,
salad.
Can't eat anything. I'm going to the Philippines in a few weeks actually.
Oh.
I'm really looking forward to it, but also feeling a bit nervous about just food because I'm so sensitive to foods.
I think the food's okay there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't eat on the street.
But it's so funny. When I was younger, I used to go to Thailand, I used to eat the street food, and yeah, it was fine. Yeah.
Not anymore.
It's so weird. I think it's getting an age thing.
Your gut's been conditioned.
Yeah, it's been ruined more like.
Or maybe you're getting old.
I think I'm getting old. I'm gonna be 40 in July.
You do not look like you're going to be 40 in July.
I've got my nan's genes. She looked really good until she was literally about 70.
Did she?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming your nan was English
She was.
and not
yeah.
like Italian or something.
No, she was English. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my whole family's just very much English.
Just English.
Yeah.
Okay, so so you wanted to be an actress, but that didn't go very well. So you were like
Just-
working
Yeah.
like 9 to 5.
Yeah.
So you did banking and finance for.
Yeah, just kind of ended up in it. Like I got a temp job and then it just evolved
Yeah.
from that. Kind of fell into
That's
it.
what happens.
Yeah. And then I was just like, fuck this. I'm going to Australia.
Did you flip a coin? You go Australia or New Zealand?
No,
or
I
like-
actually wanted to go to Argentina or Australia.
Fuck.
But I was too scared to go to Argentina because
Why?
because I don't speak anything but English and I was quite young and
I'm sure you can pick it
female
up.
on my own. I don't know. I was just a bit nervous. So my plan originally was to come to Australia for a year and then do Argentina on the way home. Then I never went home.
Was it because of a boy?
No,
Person? Sorry, I
it was
assumed.
no. I mean, I did go most of my life until 2024. 2024 was the first year that I was ever completely single since I was about 15. So yes, I have always had boyfriends, but last year, no, we changed that. We evolved. But the reason I stayed in Australia wasn't because of a boy, though.
It's the only thing that's inevitable.
Yeah,
It's change
change
and
yes.
evolving.
Growth.
Unless you're stuck and you just get old,
Yeah.
then you just...
Or just choose to never change your ways.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
People get very stuck, don't they? They don't want to change. It's too hard. It's challenging to be different.
I think it has to do with the neuroplasticity of the brain.
And habit.
Yeah. And if you're not constantly learning something, I guess you kind of like harden up and you kind of like,
Yeah.
you're not as malleable, to receiving information or making new like neuron connections.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. That's what I think.
No, I reckon. Because I think it's just it's hard to change the way it's hard to be aware of how you are, isn't it? Not a lot of people are aware of their own shit. To put it bluntly.
She put it very eloquently there. People aren't aware of their own shit.
Yes, I don't know how to say it. But yeah, I think I just became very aware of my own shit and was like, I need to spend some time by myself. Yeah. But yeah, so a boy wasn't the reason I stayed
After
in Australia.
39 years, you're like, got to be aware.
Yeah, well, I had a really traumatic relationship that was quite abusive.
That's not good.
No.
I'm sorry you went through that.
That's okay. I'm good now. I wasn't good last year, but I'm good now. But I think when I left that, I was like, okay, even though it wasn't my fault, I kind of just felt like, why was I think the whole relationship started, I was quite in a self-destructive place when I met this person. And I don't know if it was a bit of sabotage and, because I do psychic stuff, people were like, how did you not know? I think I kind of did know and I still just went with it anyway.
Was this Travis guy?
Who's Travis?
Travis.
Who's Travis? Who's Travis?
Travis.
I've never been out with Travis.
No? Oh.
Had a lot of boyfriends, but not Travis.
You've got a post on your feed that says, Travis, she predicted my pregnancy.
No, that's because that's like a famous person, is it? And their partner's Travis.
Oh.
It was Kylie Jenner or something.
Oh, yeah,
wasn't it?
Travis Scott. Yeah.
And I was like joking about, I predicted that she
Oh,
would
it's
be
a
pregnant.
meme.
It's a meme. Come
Oh, we
on.
love the memes.
Yeah, I'm a meme queen. I love a good meme.
I was, yeah, I was just pulling your leg. Like I knew it was a meme.
Yeah. Okay.
I was like, it's not Travis, is it?
No. Yeah, I've lost my train of thought now.
So, sorry, you were saying that.
Oh yeah, basically shit relationship, very abusive. I got out of it and was like, okay, what can I do to like find some sort of silver lining in this? I don't know if that's possible, but I just kind of felt like I had sabotaged myself quite a lot by getting involved with this person in the first place.
Right. You hadn't healed from the last one.
No, well, I had a very long relationship with someone for 7 years and it ended quite amicably. And then since then, that ended just by COVID. And then I just had 2 really abusive relationships, one after the other. And then when the last one ended, I was like, okay, Danielle, like, what the fuck? And then I just became very conscious of the fact that I'd never been single before.
Did you ever think about doing a psychic reading on yourself?
Yeah, well, people always say that.
Oh, really? Shit.
But you know what? Like, it's really hard when you're emotionally attached to something to always trust your gut, because we all have fears, and I'm quite...
Hang on.
You got a sound for fear.
Here we are at Danielle Hour. Everybody listening in, that was the chime sound. Anyway, sorry.
I thought you were going to have a sound for like fear, like something like dun, dun, dun. Oh, that's just weird. Epiphany.
That's the Ibiza sound.
Yeah. Oh my God.
No one else can hear it, but anyway.
Can they not?
No, because we can only hear it
Oh,
here.
really? I didn't know that. We're just reacting. They're like, what?
It's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so you came to Australia because you didn't want to go to Argentina.
Yeah. Oh, and
you were like,
the reason I ended up staying here is actually crazy. So it was at the end of my second year visa. I was living in Sydney. I kind of had about 6 months left on my visa. I was living in Sydney.
what was that like, Sydney?
I was living in Manly, and I was sharing a room, a bunk bed actually, with a boy.
With a what boy?
Like a boy that I wasn't seeing.
Oh,
So just sharing a room.
like a situationship happening.
No, not even.
Not even.
No.
like a flatmate.
No, yeah. Yeah, it was just like we were all basically backpackers living in this bougie apartment. Couldn't afford it, so we all had to share rooms so we could.
You fucking backpackers.
Yeah, right.
Jesus Christ.
Bringing down the clientele of the building.
I'm sure they were happy about that.
But yeah, so I was living in Manly and I was loving it, but I was also not loving it. I was working in a club that was not particularly well managed and wasn't in a particularly good environment. I was seeing a guy at the time, of course.
Not the bunk bed guy.
No, some other guy, and he was just a head wrecker.
Bro, what is going on with you and like attracting
not
these?
anymore. No more.
No more?
No more.
Thank
No,
God.
that
for
was old, Danielle. We don't do that anymore.
Hey.
No, we don't
High
do
five
that
to that.
anymore.
Just put your foot up so people can know that you're actually here. Yeah.
He's like talking to himself.
I talk to myself all the time.
But yeah, I can't remember what I was saying again. I keep losing my train of thought.
You're in Sydney for 6 months.
Yeah, I basically put a post up on Facebook saying, I'm really bored of Sydney. Is anyone going on a road trip? Can I join?
Right.
I just needed to get out. And then this girl that I met, I'd only met her like twice at a party, and she commented and was like, oh, some friends are driving from Alice Springs to Darwin. Do you want to come? And I was like, yeah, why not? You know? So
Hang on, you're in Sydney,
I flew
driving from Alice Springs to Darwin.
So the next day I flew to Alice Springs, joined them.
Wow.
I used to be wild. I used to just do things. Now I think about everything way too much.
Spontaneous.
I need to bring some of that energy back.
Yeah.
But yeah, got to Alice Springs, met up with these girls. 2 of them I didn't know, 1 of them I did. We drove from Alice Springs to Darwin. Amazing. Northern Territory is
How many hours is that?
Oh, I don't know, but I remember one day we were driving for about 15 hours and that wasn't even halfway.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a long way.
It's a long way. Yeah, we stopped off on the way a few places.
Yeah.
But it was a very like spiritual journey. One of the girls that was traveling with us was very like, well, back in that day, I wasn't really into what I'm into now. So I just thought she was a bit of a hippie. I was like, oh, who's this hippie chick? You know?
So you were judging?
I was so judging.
Wow.
No, I wasn't.
Look at you now.
I know.
What? Your grandmother was like, you need to stop judging, Danielle.
I know. I was a little bit of a hippie too, but yeah, she was like, you know, just very, very like into everything. And I was a bit like, I was very intrigued by her though. I found her really fascinating.
Yeah.
And because I did the trip and I didn't know her that well. But yeah, she kind of like, I guess,
opened your eyes.
Opened my eyes a little bit to a few things. And like we went to some really like kind of spiritual places. I felt like Ayers Rock was just one of the most insane places I've ever been. Like as soon as
I've never been.
You have to go. You get out. I got out the car and I was just like the energy, and I wasn't really even into the, you know, the whole energy thing right then. But the energy when you just there is so intense. Can't even explain it. It was just really quite overwhelming, but like beautiful. So yeah, we did this trip and there were lots of experiences like that where I just could feel like the energy of like the land around me. I was like, this is really powerful. And then we were coming closer to Darwin, and the whole time it was like the second last day I just kept saying, I don't know if I should go back to Sydney. I don't know if I should go back to Sydney. And the girls were like, well, just decide what you're doing. And I couldn't decide for the life of me. And I kept asking everyone, and everyone was like, just, I don't care, do what you want. And
they were like, fucking this girl in the back. She keeps talking about fucking make up your mind.
So I booked a flight. We were going to arrive in Darwin. I was going to have 2 hours in Darwin and fly back to Sydney.
Mm.
But on the last day, I actually said this out loud. I remember I was like, we were in this campsite and I was just like getting ready in the morning. I was like, I just need something to happen to tell me what I should do, because I feel really conflicted about going back to Sydney, because I just knew I wasn't really in a good place there. And then that next day, I think it was, we had a car crash.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, an hour outside of Darwin. Yep. So I missed my flight and I spent a month in Darwin hospital. Yeah. And I wasn't actually, I wasn't actually
So you were injured?
I was injured, and it was quite funny, as you can say now, because I wasn't actually injured that badly. So we rolled twice.
Oh,
yeah.
So you got a concussion?
No.
You were brain injured, and then you became
Not
this spiritual
even.
being.
Not even. But you know what? I do feel like it was a bit of a near-death experience, because we rolled forwards first.
Wow.
Like literally on the nose, then sideways.
Oh, wow.
We like done some crazy desert flipping shit like you see in the movies.
What did you hit? A kangaroo?
No, we didn't hit anything. This is the wild part, and probably why I'm still alive, because
Hang on. How do you flip a car
So we
and
were
not
on a
hit anything?
very gravelly road, going way too fast. I just had my arm out the window with a GoPro. It was my idea. I was like, let's get the car really dirty before we give it back. Let's get it all dusty. So we're driving, and I had my arm out the side with a GoPro, and then I put the GoPro in. The window was about this much open still. And then we got to a corner, and we were really top heavy. The back just flung. My friends panicked, obviously turned against it, and we just flipped, rolled twice, landed on the wheels. But you know, it was weird. From the moment we like started rolling, I went like this, and like I felt so peaceful, like the most peaceful I've ever felt in my life. I'm not naturally a calm person, and I felt really calm. And then we just landed on the seat, and we were all like, "What the fuck?" The girls got out of the car, and I was like, "I can't get out." And then there was blood on my lap, and I'm like, "Where's the blood come from?" Like, what's going on? And it was my elbow. I'd basically taken my elbow off. My elbow had gone out the very small gap in the window. Yeah.
Ouch.
So if it had been down, they say even like a centimetre more, I would have lost my arm, because it would have severed my ulnar nerve.
Yeah.
So I was very close to that. But yeah, so I just had this, what we thought was just a little scratch on my elbow. I couldn't see it because I couldn't move my arm, but the girls just kept saying, "No, it's fine." And then, long story short, got to Darwin Hospital, had surgery, got out of surgery, had my arm on a splint, and was like, what the fuck? Like, why have you not just stitched me up? What's happened? And then it ended up just being this whole process of basically having a hole in my arm, and they didn't know what to do with it. Yeah.
So you spent a whole month in Darwin.
Month in Darwin Hospital.
I tell you what, those spontaneous trips you had, like...
And my mum was like, "You going to come home yet, Danielle? Can you just come home now?" And I was like, "No, I don't want to end my trip on a bad note. I'm staying." Yeah.
She's fucking stubborn.
Yes. Just don't tell me what to do. I'll do the opposite.
Oh. Is that your trigger word as well? No?
Yeah. Yes. Definitely.
It's so my trigger word.
Yeah, I'm like, what do you mean no?
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah. Just anyone that tells me no, I'm like, what?
Rest in peace, but thanks, Dad.
Yeah. So yeah, everyone was like, "You're going to come home." And then I ended up staying in Darwin for months after.
Oh, so you just stayed in Darwin?
Never went back to Sydney to live.
Right.
Yeah. My mind was made up for me. I literally asked for something to tell me what to do. Got my elbow taken off, didn't I?
Lost elbow, gained spirituality, and the need to stay in Australia. I have no
regrets. I actually feel like that month in Darwin Hospital was such an eye-opener.
Yeah, well, Darwin's like so not in comparison to the rest of Australia either.
No, well, they had the doctor that ended up fixing my arm had to fly from Adelaide in the end. Yeah, because no one there knew what to do with it. They just kept looking at it, and I'd never see them again.
It's a big like naval kind of community.
Yeah, there's like a navy. Well, I got rescued by Marines.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I thought I'd died.
Oh
they
my
were so
God.
hot.
Oh my God! That's why you stayed.
Well, no, so
you're like, this is the best thing that's happened to me. Like I can't use my arm, but
It was really
funny. They were sending you flowers in hospital.
No, they weren't, but I was starting to feel a bit lightheaded, and when that they came, I was like lying on the ground, and I just looked up, and there was like this really hot guy and this hot girl as well. They
gave you mouth to mouth?
No, but they were just like standing over me, like looking at me, like, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then they were like, oh, we're waiting for an ambulance to come. And I was just like, why are you wearing army uniforms? Like, what? I was so confused. Yeah, they were really, it was a girl and a guy, and they were both just so hot.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
sweat like a bitch up there, and you're just like super fit.
But I mean, yeah. And then I was given one of those like green morphine pen things.
Oh yeah, the
Oh, and
pethidine.
then I was just high as a
Yeah,
kite. Yeah. I was ringing people from the ambulance, telling people what had happened already, because I love a chat, even when my elbow's hanging off.
You'll love a chat. Oh, we just crashed the car, and I can't use my arm.
I rang my housemate and was like, I can't come back to Sydney. I'm going
Oh
to
shit!
hospital.
Is that the first person you called?
Yeah, and it wasn't even like a close friend. It was just one of the guys that lived in my house. I just rang him, and apparently it was
the bunk bed guy.
no, it was one of the guys in the other room. I don't know. Weird.
Fucking guys, I'm where they're in this room in this
It was
house.
just-
Ah,
Don't
it's
even
just-
get me started. I
It wasn't the
used to,
bunk bed guy. It was the other guy.
Well, I
one of the
stayed.
Were there
you know,
like
it's
8
just-
people living in this
There was
2-bedroom
about
flat?
6 of us, I think, or 4. No, I don't know. There was always new people there. Yeah,
Just like
I lived in an
rotation.
X-Space hostel in Melbourne as well for like 3 months
X space. Is that?
near Ackland Street in St Kilda.
Yeah.
That was a time. I was sharing an 8-bed dorm with 7 guys. I was the only girl in the room.
Oh my god.
Oh, it was funny. Yeah.
I'm glad you can look back at that and go, it was funny.
It was really funny. That was some wild times when I lived in that hostel. I didn't need to live in a hostel. I could have just lived in a house share like a normal person, but I was like, no, this is fun.
You know, I've never lived in a share house.
Oh, really?
Actually,
Yeah.
sorry, I lie. I lived in a share house for I think 3 days, and then I couldn't handle it. I was like, I'm going.
Yeah.
Nah.
Hostels are just so fun. I mean, I wouldn't do it now.
I ended
but
up putting one of the girls who was living in the house, her brother, he was drunk with his mates, and I put his head through the plaster wall.
Oh, God. You better stay living on your own, putting people's heads through
Oh no,
plasterboards.
he was just annoying me. I'd like come home from work, and I'm like, bro, like stop annoying me.
Yeah. Well, I
Plus
guess
he was-
like when you're in a
was
house share, it's a bit
incoherent.
different because you like expect people to have a bit more respect. When you're in a hostel, like no one gives a fuck, and you don't really care either. So
Yeah,
kind of anything goes.
yeah.
But house share, I guess, is a bit more. I don't know. I don't know what the word I'm looking for.
Decorum.
Yeah, you need to have. You need to be a bit more respectful of who you're living with, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
Whether in like hostels, like people come and go.
Okay, so you were in Darwin for a little bit, and
Yeah.
then you came to Melbourne.
Well, so then I met a boy.
Oh,
Always.
and then the boys started.
Then we moved to Melbourne, yeah. Me and an Irish guy moved back to Melbourne from Darwin. I never went back to Sydney, which I feel was like such a blessing in disguise because, yeah, the month in Darwin Hospital, I basically came to this conclusion because at one point they put me on spinal cord and they thought I'd broke my spine. After 4 days of being in hospital, they said my arm swelled up and they said that maybe I'd done something to my spine. I got put on like literally in a straitjacket, like tied to the bed, sandbags next to my head, told not to move. I
Yeah,
was like, I've been walking around for 4 days. I'm fine.
yeah.
Anyway, and then so after all that, I was like, I want to do all the things that I've always wanted to do that are like, you know, like the physical things. Like I always thought about doing my personal training course. I always thought about doing my yoga teacher training. There was things that I'd been thinking about doing for a long time and not done. So I decided to stay in Australia and do a student visa and do my personal training, which is what I did.
So you're a personal trainer.
I am, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Hence why you did a
10-hour shift. at the
10-hour
gym
shift yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't PT yesterday. I was just at the gym, but
Thank God.
yeah, I would have died.
Imagine if you did
Yeah.
PT for 10 hours.
Yeah, definitely not. I'm doing some PT later today, but yeah,
You're a glutton for punishment.
I am so tired right now. Not gonna lie.
Shit. I don't have any Red Bull.
No,
I would have made you a coffee.
No, it's good. I can't have caffeine. I get like the jitters.
I don't know what that is anymore when people say that. I get the jitters.
It's
I
like,
was
yeah, I
like,
get like so. I overthink anyway, and if I have caffeine, I get really anxious, and then overthink even more.
right.
And my mind's like a million miles per hour.
I used to get that, but that's been like such a long time ago now since I
Yeah.
started drinking coffee.
It depends what day it is. You know, if I'm chill and I have a coffee, I'm all right. But
So you came to Melbourne with the Irish boy,
yeah,
and you decided to study
do my PT,
PT.
course.
So
Yeah.
you didn't go into banking and finance.
No.
KYC wasn't calling you
No,
again.
it definitely wasn't. I did have a stint of doing it in Sydney for about 6 weeks, and then was like, "What am I doing?"
Bad move.
Didn't come to Australia to do this. Yep, sacked
No.
it off, and then went and had a car crash.
Well, it was a turning point in your life
Yeah,
where
massively.
the universe was giving you a different energy.
Yeah, definitely. And doing my course was like, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it was really good.
Mm.
And then, yeah, I got to the end of my PT course and was like, the guy I was seeing was Irish. He wanted to go back to Ireland. And I was like, I went for a holiday and then decided that I didn't. I broke up with him and stayed in Melbourne. And then, yeah.
On holiday? You broke up with him on holiday?
No, I went to Ireland for a little while and then I came back to Melbourne and we did the whole long distance thing. And then I was like, oh, yeah, bye.
Game over.
Sorry, I'm not coming. I'm not coming back.
Keep your potatoes.
You can't say that.
Why?
It's really bad.
No.
Let's not go down that road.
No, it's not. Potatoes are really good though because if you can make vodka out of them,
Yes.
anything is possible.
I'm a vodka girl.
Are you?
Yeah.
I don't have any vodka.
No, not this time of day.
It's only
I've got to go to
12:45.
yeah, I know, but I've got to go to the gym. If I didn't have the gym later, I'd definitely have one.
I don't have any vodka anyway.
No, I'm good.
So okay, so the boy went home.
Yeah, I stayed in Melbourne.
You
and
stayed
then,
in Melbourne. You continued on with the PT stuff.
Yeah, and then
obviously
it
doing
came to an
PT
end, and I
still.
was like, I still didn't want to go home. So then I did another visa. I got a business course. Did a business course.
So you just
yeah.
So you just kept doing student visas
Yeah.
and kept doing courses.
Well, then I did get a very nice boyfriend who I was with for quite a long time, for about 6 years, 7 years maybe.
Mm.
And we did spouse visas. That's how I got my permanent residency. Yeah, of course.
Hang on. You like dodge the system. Did you dodge the system?
No, don't say that. I'll get deported.
Nah,
I
you
didn't
won't
dodge
get
the system.
you won't get deported. No one fucking watches
It was
this.
it was a very legitimate relationship. We were
I'm
together.
sure it was.
Yeah, it just happens that I got my PR not long after we broke up, but like it was not the reason.
Before you broke up or after you broke up?
No, I got the
No, it was
PR
before.
after. Like
After
before.
you
No,
broke-
before.
Yeah, before you
Yeah,
broke up.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
we've been
but you did
stupid.
just say that he was a nice boy.
He was lovely.
He
Yeah,
was
we
a-
just grew apart. COVID.
It happens.
Yeah.
I mean, COVID
Lockdown.
was ridiculous here.
Oh, yeah.
Most lockdown city in the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah. Yeah, it was insane. But like we're still friends. Like it wasn't anything bad.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, we just kind of grew apart.
We had the most stupid lockdown rules that weren't even enforced.
Yeah, it was just so ridiculous.
Like I moved house during COVID.
Yeah.
And I was so worried about we had this 5K radius thing and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, but surely, like obviously I've got my, what do they call it? The contract of sale for the last house that I was in because I sold that
Yeah.
house and I was moving to a rental, which is this one here.
Yeah.
And I had the lease agreement. So clearly I have to move. Otherwise I don't have anywhere to live.
How do you,
right?
Yeah, how do you do it?
That weekend, so me and my mate, we did 6 trips on the Saturday,
Yeah.
and then we did 4 trips on the Saturday, and then 5 trips on the Sunday. Didn't get even pulled over once.
Yeah, it was just such an insane time, wasn't it? Like, I definitely went a bit stir crazy in COVID. I was just drinking so much red wine as well. I've never drunk so much red wine in my life. Jesus, I don't even really like red wine. Like,
What type of red?
I can't even remember because I
Don't
remember
say Shiraz.
no, it was like Tempranillo. Is that one?
What? I don't even know that one.
I don't know either. I was drinking all of them.
I
to be
don't
honest.
drink alcohol.
Yeah.
Even though my mates are like, oh, you keep saying that on your podcast, but we know you drink.
Yeah, I did a year sober. It was really good. Good for me. I go through phases of drinking, all or nothing.
You're 100%
Yeah, I'm either
or
in it or I'm
0.
not. Yeah.
Interested or
Yeah.
lost my
It's either like
interest?
tequila shots or no, I'm not coming out tonight.
That's very extreme. Tequila
yeah,
shots.
I'm a little bit extreme sometimes. One extent to the other.
I mean, had you been to Australia before you came here?
Yes, when I was 13 with my dad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, wasn't drinking tequila then.
No. But like, so this idea of Australia just stayed in you.
Yeah, well, when I came with my dad, I did say, I really want us. Can we move to Australia? But like, whenever we went on holiday, I'd be like, can we move there? So yeah, I don't
You're
know.
like a holiday bitch.
Yeah, I just like change, I think, as well. Like itchy feet. Yeah. This is, the longest time I've been in one place is Melbourne.
Same for me.
Yeah.
So I've been here since 2001.
Yeah.
Before here, I was in Perth for 9 years. Before Perth, Singapore. Before Singapore, Brunei.
Oh, wow.
Before Brunei, Indonesia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just moved around like the first couple of years so much.
Mm.
And then I've been in Melbourne for probably about 10 years now. Yeah, crazy.
So how did you get into psychic reading?
So, COVID again.
Oh.
I was, so me and my partner at the time, he was a PT as well, and we'd set the lounge up to do like online stuff, right? And I was going to go online and do like an online yoga class for everyone. And I was like, oh, this is so boring. Like, no one's going to want to do this. Like,
This is so... You're about to do a class, but the teacher is like, she's got this so boring
like,
face on her face.
Yeah, anyway. And then I had an oracle deck of cards, and I basically just put a post up on my Instagram, on my Facebook, and was like, who wants a free reading? I'm just going to see who wants free reading. And yeah, it was crazy. Like, so many people got back to me and was like, yeah, I want one. And I did about 20 readings, video call. And some of them would go on for like an hour. Got to like the end of like a couple of weeks, and my partner was like, you should maybe start charging. Like, you're spending like quite a lot of time on it. Anyway, so I did start charging, and then friends were telling friends, and people were like kind of validating me, I guess, and being like, you're really good at this. And then it's literally, that's how it's evolved.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, it's taken a lot of external validation for me to like believe in myself. 100%.
I think that's with everything though.
Yeah.
Like, like it is all about the confidence that you have. But I think if you start something, I don't know, by yourself, like it's almost harder.
And I also had
for
like,
this self-validation because you got this self-doubt in your head.
Well, I had some friends who would say things like, well, do you even know what you're doing? Like, what are you doing that for? You always get those.
Did you just do the
friends.
bunny ears because they're actually enemies?
Well, it's like friends can be funny, can't they?
Frenemies.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I just had a couple of people like try and like question what I was doing a bit, and I was like, and it started off for fun, so I was like, well, whatever, like it's just a bit fun.
Yeah.
Like, leave me alone. Like, let me do my thing.
They're just jealous.
But yeah, it evolved, and then I'd get friends of friends telling people, and then I started doing readings for people that I didn't know, and then that validation felt even more like, wow, okay, I am good at this because I don't even know these people.
Did you bring any tarot cards today?
I did.
Oh, you did?
I so did. Yeah.
Oh, we got to pull a card?
Yeah. I wanted to pull a card for you. That's why I was like, I'm going to bring them with me.
Ah!
I was like, I have to pull one for you.
We'll pull a card.
Yeah. Should I get them now?
Yeah, okay.
Let me move it.
Yeah, just push that forward. Oh, yeah. Yep. Sorry, I thought you were going to like take your headphones off.
Okay. This is so funny. I was walking out of the house and I was like, as if I have not got tarot cards on me, I have to take some cards. So I do readings for everyone at the minute. I even did one for my dad and my stepmom the other day on a video call. I'm just like, want a card, guys?
How do you do it online though? Like, because you just have to. You got to like tell them, okay, I'm gonna like do this thing with the deck, and you just say stop.
Well, you know what? This is the thing. Like when I say like it evolved very naturally, no reading I do for anyone is ever the same. They're always very different. And when I first started, I was even doing email readings, right? Which sounds crazy.
How do you do an email reading?
Even
Like, you should bring that microphone in
Oh.
a little bit more. Yeah.
There? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Is that
Sorry,
okay?
you can't use your hand. You're going to have to use your hands out here. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I basically was just like, I can give people email readings. I'll pull some cards and I'll just type out what comes up. I didn't know how it was going to work. So with the first ones I was doing, I was charging like $10 or $20 because I was like, I don't even know if it's going to work, right? Anyway, I had the most insane experience with a girl who booked an email reading. We'd never like met in person before, but we'd worked in the same venue. So maybe, brush shoulders, but we'd never spoke before. And she messaged me and said, oh, can I get a reading? I said, yeah, sure. And I kept putting this reading off. And then there was this one night where I just woke up in the night and I was like, I feel like I'm going to do it tonight. I'm in the mood. I couldn't sleep. I was like, I'm going to do it. So I get on my laptop, pull a few cards and I start writing up, and I can sense that like she's just gone through a breakup and she's heartbroken and there's all this stuff, and I'm typing away, and this is going to sound absolutely wild. Someone's going to lock me up after this.
Shit, that was the wrong sound.
But so I'm writing with stuff. Anyway, I got this really overwhelming, like, I need to mention someone. Like, I just had this feeling of like, I need to mention this. And I started like the letter D. I was like, the letter D is really relevant. And I was like, well, my name's Danielle. Maybe it's just me. Like, I was like trying to ignore it because I couldn't make sense of it. And I was like, no, I have to write whatever's coming to my head. So I wrote at the end of the email, and I was trying to be really like, I kind of said, like, if this resonates, take it. If it doesn't, just ignore me. But I feel like I have to give you this message. And I was like, the letter D is coming up in my mind. I'm getting like the name Mick as well, though. Like, I don't know how that goes with the letter D. And then I was just like, I've got this like stabbing pain in my heart. Like, I literally feel like I've been stabbed in, like, so heartbroken. I feel devastated. I said, and I'm also getting like images of like a really big guy, like a big burly guy, like European looking. And I said, I don't know why this has come up, but I feel like it's someone who wants you to just know that you're going to be okay. And that's all I could say, really. And I was so like kind of nervous about sending this email because I was like, what if this is like, I don't know, well, she just thinks I'm crazy, right? Anyway, I sent her the email, and then I sent a message on Instagram and said, hey, I've sent your email reading. Please get back to me when you've read it. I'm really intrigued to know about the Empire. She messages back straight away. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I can't sleep either. I'm going to read it now. She reads it. She gets back to me and she's like, can I ring you? I'm like, yes. She rings me and she's like basically a psychic also. She'd just gone through a terrible breakup. And she used to like she'd sometimes sense like her cousin around her, and she was unsure if she could sense him or not. And she wanted to see if I'd pick up on it.
Right.
And his name was Dominic. And sometimes they call him Dom, sometimes they call him Mick. And so that was the D and the Mick.
Wow.
And then she sent me a photo of him, and he was just this big Italian guy who literally looked like he'd been standing in my room. I felt like I'd seen him, like it was crazy. It literally gives me goosebumps even talking about it. And I was just like, whoa. Like, I was almost like, are you lying to me? Because this is wild. Like, I was not expecting that response. He'd also died in quite like a tragic way, which explained like the heart pain and just all this. It was all just so crazy. Yeah. And then I didn't do readings for a little while after that because it scared me. I was like, I don't know.
Scared you how good you were?
Scared me because I was like, I don't know if I want to communicate with dead people. Like, it's scary. Like, and I don't call myself a medium because I can't do it on demand. It's something that like doesn't always happen. When people come to me and expect it to happen is when it doesn't. It's something that just, if it comes up, I'll tell people. But it's always really random stuff. Like, I did another one for a lady where I woke up in the morning and all I could think about was frogs.
Was she French?
And I was like, what is the relevance of this? And like, people think you're psychic. Oh, you need to like, you can predict the lottery numbers. Like, it's like, no, that's not how it works. Like, you just get little downloads and then they make sense to the person you're reading for.
That's not the answer that I was looking for.
Yeah, sorry.
I was looking for the lottery numbers.
Sorry, no lottery numbers.
Because it's 60 million tonight. Come on, Danielle.
I know. I mean, I'm trying to work on my powers, but
Your superpowers.
My superpowers, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of psychics that have been doing it a lot longer and they can get more precise, more specific information. But I seem to just get quite like random downloads, and I need sometimes a bit of confirmation to make sense of it. But yeah, in that instance, it really scared me. I didn't do it for a little while after that, and then I started again. But yeah, with that kind of like mediumship side of it, it doesn't happen a lot. But when it does, it's always really crazy. Yeah.
I think it's real interesting how you were able to kind of like facilitate that like during COVID and like over email.
Email, I know, it's wild.
like-
I still can't believe it. Yeah. And even now, so I sometimes do readings, and when people book them in, all I see is their name and that's it. I might even just see their first name. And then I'll wake up in the morning and I'll be like, oh, the first person today is Jack. I'll have Jack in my mind. I'm like, who's Jack? And I'll be like, I wonder what he wants to know. And then I'll just get like random things that come to my head. And then I meet that person, and the random things they're not random. They're so relevant. Yeah. It's crazy, and I haven't even met them yet.
So what were you thinking about coming here today?
I don't know. What was I thinking? I don't know. To be honest, I was in the Uber. I was like, I'm really tired today.
I just want to go back to sleep.
I was like, I hope I've got the energy. I hope I bring the energy.
Yeah, you got the energy.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this tarot card.
Okay, we're going to do a card for you.
What do we do?
Okay, so.
Do you want me to shuffle?
Yeah, you can. Why not? So I always do this thing where I'm like, clearing the cards of all energy other than universal source. So asking for the most relevant card for you today, and then I get you to do a little shuffle.
Fuck me, if the card that I think is going to come out comes out, I'm like...
I'm very intrigued now to see what you get. So I always like, when I meet people, if I like don't know much about them, sometimes I'll be like, oh, can I pull a card for this person? Tell me something about them. And the cards are always right. My ex-partner, I pulled the devil card.
Jesus Christ.
And yeah, still went along for that ride. But the cards are always right. Yeah, they always give a little bit of... And I love this deck. It's really beautiful. They have affirmations for each card.
Yeah.
And the affirmations are always very poignant. Okay.
All right, so I've pulled the card.
What card? Oh, so Two of Swords. So Two of Swords, as you see, guys, the picture on it is someone who's blindfolded, right? And kind of tied up. I don't know what you're into, but...
No, I'm not into that. Jesus Christ.
But no, this signifies like feeling stuck in like knowing which way to go. So you've got like two paths and you're like, which way do I go? And quite often the reason we stay stuck is because we decide to not make a decision. And then by not making a decision, we're like choosing to stay stuck where we are, when really we just need to take one path or the other. And also have faith that, you know, if you have an end goal in mind and you really want that thing to happen and you really believe that you can make it happen, you don't always need to know the journey of getting there. So I think we become really fixated on like needing to know the path to get into our goal. But sometimes we can be like thrown off track, or that path could look so different to what we imagine. It could even lead us to something even bigger than what we want. But we're like blocking ourselves by, oh, we have to make the right decision because what if we don't and this happens or that happens? Yeah. So I would say right now for you, you're...
You know, that's so relevant.
It's stuck. Not stuck, but let me read the affirmation.
Okay.
When blinded by the unknown, I can trust myself to move towards the light.
Boom.
So making a difficult choice, but just like choosing the best route of action, but just choosing a route.
I know. Yeah. So because I don't have a corporate job anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm doing for like creative stuff like 100%.
Yeah.
Right.
Fun.
Yeah, it is fun, but it's scary.
Stressful.
It's scary.
Yeah.
I've wanted to do it for a while. And if anything, me not securing another contract for my corporate gig is just kind of like this push, right?
Yeah.
To like, okay, like, And there were a couple of other things that I think are
Even what you mentioned when I first got here today, I feel that card's very relevant.
yeah, even like there are some other things like that are just aligned like
Yeah.
appropriately,
Yeah.
you know, and like already this year, like we're only on the 6th of Feb.
Already though, crazy.
Like in January, I went to New Zealand for my mate's wedding.
Yeah.
Been to Sydney.
Yeah, you've done quite a lot already.
Like next week, I'm going to Brisbane.
Yeah, exciting.
At the end of this month, I'm going back to Sydney.
Yeah,
You
so you've got
know,
lots on
like
already.
so there's lots of stuff happening.
Yeah.
For the creative path.
Did you hear my stomach rumble then?
Yeah, I did.
It's like, feed me.
So I feel like I know that I want to do the creative stuff like 100%.
Yeah.
Like because I do have like a goal in mind, but I also know that for me it's not about achieving the goal, it's about falling in love with the process.
Yes, which is so hard to do at times,
It's hard at times because I feel like it's kind of
because we're impatient by nature, I feel.
Yeah.
To get to the end goal.
Yeah. Yes and no. I'm impatient for what I think are like the opportunities that should come about, or what I think I'm gonna like, what the journey is gonna be like, But I
Yeah.
just have to like let it happen and like let it play out
Yeah.
because I know that it's gonna be really good.
Yeah. I think it's all about like believing that it's going to be really good as well. Because
Yeah.
the more you assume things are going to be good, they're going to be good.
Yeah.
You assume things are going to be shit, they're going to be shit.
Yeah.
I really believe in like the law of assumption. Yeah.
Can I pull another card out?
Yeah, of course you can. Love it. People get hooked. You're hooked already. Here you go. It's funny because I pull cards for myself like almost daily.
And
I feel like it always gives me a little bit of guidance, especially if I do it in the morning. It kind of tells me where I'm at, like mentally.
this card keeps coming up. It's got that white scratch on
That's
it.
my cat did that. Knight of Swords. You know what? This is really relevant to what we were talking about when I got here. So I'm going to read you the affirmation first. Right. I move quickly to help others, and as I do, my dreams expand. But it's about like decision making, but like making sure to not like kind of like step on the toes of others as you're making these decisions. But also I feel like this card sometimes can like, I don't know, I feel like it can sometimes represent like other people around you, like moving in a way that's not particularly aligned with your personal values, you could say. Yeah.
I think it is relevant.
Yeah.
I think the decision making.
Funny, you've got lots of swords. So the swords like are kind of like our logic and
I got lots of skills.
yeah, lots of skills.
I got way too many interests
and like knowledge, and conflict. They can be a little bit as well. Obviously,
Yeah.
swords, fight me.
Yeah.
Let's do one more. You got to do three.
and like stepping on people's toes.
I don't know, even when you look at the card, like the person, I always look at the pictures as well. And like, it's got like someone kind of running away, and it's like running away from like, the other card was about decision making as well a bit. And I feel like they're kind of very similar. Like, are you running away from making a decision maybe? I don't know.
No, I've made the decision.
Oh, you have? Okay.
I've made the decision.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I feel like it's more of an energy around you than yours. Okay. Let's do one more. I'm intrigued to see what you get if you get swords again. What do you get? Three of Pentacles. This one's all about collaboration. So being open to like allowing people in to work with you. So not being, sometimes if you have bad experiences with that, it can put you off from trusting people and wanting to work with people, and you want to just do things your own way. So I step into the vibration of conscious collaboration. So it's about like teaching and learning, sharing and listening. So yeah, just being open to like other people's input, I guess.
Yeah, that is irrelevant because I have always kind of done stuff on my own.
Yeah.
But I do know that in order to get to where I want to go, I need to like work with other people.
Yeah.
And
it's a trust thing though, when you
and like bring on their skills
stuff.
and like trust in them and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, you need to be open to that. There you go. That was your mini reading.
I mean, it's very like in the back of my mind now. I'm already like, oh yeah, it's relevant to that. It's relevant to that. But I don't want to give too much away because there's some exciting stuff happening this year.
Yeah.
I'll tell you maybe after.
Yeah.
And this podcast is not about me. This podcast is about you.
I wish people could hear these sounds because I'm just laughing and then I'm always laughing at.
Do we even have people still there? There's 2 people there. Someone's maybe, I don't know. I've never done this before. I don't know. Okay, so the psychic reading things is like super interesting.
Yeah.
Do you ever go to do like a PT session and you're like, oh, the energy of this person?
Well, I'm like naturally a highly sensitive person anyway.
Right.
Yeah. So I generally pick up on other people's energy all the time since I can remember. Since I was like a child, I can just remember like walking into rooms or talking to people and just being like, I can pick up on people's energy very like just anyway. And it's been like a learning process trying to not like take on other people's shit. Because I in the past used to do that a lot as well.
So you only learned how to do that last year? Not to take on people's shit? So this is like the new you?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I think it's like an ever kind of evolving thing. Like I'm sure I still do to some extent. Like when you care about people, you naturally take a bit of stuff on. But yeah, I'm definitely more conscious of it now. I quite often, if I'm feeling like anxious, I'll ask myself, is this mine or is this someone else's?
You have to protect your energy.
Yeah.
Because you're probably a little bit like me in that we've got a gift. And unfortunately, when you have a gift, there are energy vampires.
Definitely. And you attract them like a moth to the light.
Bro, I'm a fucking magnet.
Yeah.
I'm a magnet.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do I use the fucking negative ions, not the positive ones?
I know.
You know, but it's because I just care so much.
Yeah, and I think when you're like a naturally very like nurturing, caring person, it's hard to like switch that off.
Yeah, I'm an empath, and I think about things far too much, but I know how to like control my own mind and like be self-aware and like all this type of stuff.
I think it's like rationalizing your own emotions as well. Like I'm definitely getting better at that. I'm still not perfect, but who is? But I like can rationalize my own stuff a bit better, so then I can tell when it's not mine more.
Right.
Yeah.
How can you tell when it's not yours?
I normally just ask, like I literally will ask, like, is this mine or not? And I will just get an answer.
The voice.
Yeah. I tell you the voice is. Lock me up in a psych ward. I hear voices quite a lot.
Is that the Tuesday personality or the Wednesday personality?
But it's funny because it is like an internal voice.
She
like,
chose not to answer that question.
Yeah. Which personality? Yeah.
Yeah, it's so energy vampires. So protecting yourself, protecting your energy is definitely, I think it's it is an ongoing journey of how to do that.
Yeah.
Because every person you come in contact with is slightly different.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it's kind of sometimes very hard to like weasel out the covert like
Yeah.
people who try to do things behind your back and shit like that.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
But
And I think, you know, even from past experience, I could say that like the most intuitive people can still be manipulated, you know,
yeah,
by the wrong people.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly right. And so I just wish that like people were honest and like forthright in their intentions and their energy to begin with, because then there wouldn't be any problems.
Yeah.
You know,
I think sometimes people don't know themselves though, as well.
I think
know.
often people don't know.
They don't know themselves. So
Yeah.
then they're confused. They just confuse other people.
Mm.
Yeah.
The reason I think that energy vampires try to take other people's energy is obviously because they're trying to replace something
Yeah.
or like fill a gap
Yeah.
because they haven't been able to.
I think it's people who are like very unhappy in themselves as well. So they like latch onto people who are, you know, confident and outgoing and happy, because then they like can take that to make themselves feel better in a way. People, I'm talking about, you know, real like horrible people. But I mean, some people I think are energy vampires. They don't even realise.
They're not aware of it.
They're not even aware of it, yeah. And sometimes people say to me, "Oh, you're so self-aware," and I'm like, I kind of wish I wasn't. Sometimes
It's
nice.
a blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
Because you can see it from a mile away.
And
once
then I
you've
question myself, am I? Am I though?
am I
Am I aware? I don't know. I question everything.
I feel privileged that I have you here today because you obviously questioned coming here and you're like, we need to go. We need to go.
I think I was just really nervous.
Just like throw out the question to the voice.
Yeah.
Which voice is going to answer?
They'd be like, go.
Is that one?
Get up and get ready. I pressed snooze so many times today.
Do you? Did you?
I did, yeah. Yeah, I woke up really early, as always, at like 5 o'clock, and then I was like, I am not getting up yet.
Oh, Danielle, I woke up at 3.
Oh, God.
I went to bed at 10:30 after I
like a vampire.
after I smashed my goddamn Parma and chips. Sorry, Parma and wedges.
Yeah, I was so tired after my shift at the gym yesterday.
Yeah.
But then I got in bed and couldn't sleep. Typical. I was like wide awake. And then I'm like, oh, I have an idea.
I don't know what's happened there,
Yeah,
but I think Instagram's got like an hour limit.
Oh.
So that's fine. I'll just leave that. We just continue on like.
We can always put it back on.
Nah, fuck that. I can't be bothered.
Yeah.
So sorry. So I was saying, like, do you ever have like a PT like client and then go, oh my God, the energy of this person's like not good or not? Like, do you ever find that your two kind of like skills like cross paths?
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, I've got people now who have readings that 10 years ago I was training them at Good Life. So it has crossed over quite a lot. And there's even girls at the gym now who have come and had readings. So yeah, it does cross over. I think because it's kind of all, you know, to do with the human body, psyche, the mind, the body, the soul. It's all like connected, isn't it? So I think a lot of the clients I have and a lot of the clients I've had like long-term clients, PT clients, I feel like, well, they've told me, you know, they're not just with me because I train them and they enjoy training. Like they enjoy my energy, I guess. Like, and they like the conversations we have. And so I guess it kind of does cross over quite a bit. Not intentionally, but it just
you do
does.
have a good energy.
Oh, thanks.
I can tell.
Thank you. Make me cry. That's really nice.
So my skill, if you hadn't picked it up from previous episodes or whatnot, because I actually talk about it quite a bit, but I can see people's auras.
Yeah, wow. What aura? Do I have a colour?
Yeah, you've got a couple of colours.
Yeah, what colour?
So like blues and greens and pinks.
Yeah, wow. I nearly wore blue today.
Yeah. It's all like very nurturing, kind of like calm. Yeah. But
it's crazy when people say I have calm energy because I never feel calm.
Really?
I'm such an anxious person. Like,
What?
it's actually crazy.
Oh.
I just overthink everything. I'm in my head like quite a lot.
Mm.
And then, yeah, so when people tell me quite often, oh, you have really calm energy, and I'm just like,
I mean,
it's wild to me.
you've got you're motivated, and you've got like energy within you,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
like maybe it's that's
I think
causes your brain
sometimes,
to like
yeah, and like someone
overthink.
did say to me
An
recently, maybe,
overactive mind.
yeah, and maybe I need to reframe it as well, because someone did say to me recently, maybe you're not anxious, maybe you're just really excited.
Yeah.
And like I am quite, an excited person as well, so maybe it's
Yeah.
maybe it's that.
Because the and I learnt this last year, but like when you get nervous, it's the same physiological
Yeah,
things that happen in your body as
when you're excited.
excited.
Yeah,
So, anxiety, nervousness, like it all feels the same way.
yeah.
Excitement feels the same way.
I think sometimes as well, I was thinking about this actually very recently, how when I was younger, I used to be really quite like hyper and talk a lot and be very like, and often people were like, talk too much or be quiet. And then it kind of like you suppress that a bit, and then maybe you're made to feel like that's an anxious energy when actually it's not.
Yeah.
It's just because you're really excited about stuff.
Yeah. It's because you got an overactive mind.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is fine, because I think like obviously like back then there wasn't, I guess, a lot of literature around understanding like
energy
and like anxiousness and nervousness and like excitement or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think it's like inbuilt in us, because that's a flight or fight like response to things.
Yeah, definitely.
And when you get excited, it's because it actually means something to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
it's important to you. If something wasn't important to you, you'd just be like, whatever.
You wouldn't care, would you?
Yeah, you don't care.
So whatever.
Yeah, so that's quite interesting. Do you get anxious a lot?
It comes in waves. Like I go through periods of time where I'm like really good, and then
what I'm gonna ask.
What?
Does it happen once a month?
You know what? It definitely is worse once a month.
Ah!
Yeah. I have like what's it called? Like PMDD, which is like
What is that?
premenstrual dysphoric disorder or something. So basically I'm like very unhinged once a month.
Oh.
Yeah, and I've got endometriosis as well. So I have quite a lot of hormonal problems. And hormones,
caused by your Ibiza days.
Probably. Let's be honest. Probably.
It's altered your DNA, your chromosomes.
I never thought of it like that. Yeah. I've just done myself in.
That's all right. I never went to Ibiza, but that probably happened to me as well.
But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, definitely once a month. And then, the rest of the month I'm kind of fine. It's just very true. Yeah.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah. But it's funny because obviously people are like, oh, how do you do readings? If you're anxious, how do you know what's fear? What's like, your intuition? But when I'm about to do a reading, or even when I'm about to do a reading for myself, I do like a lot of like clearing and a bit of meditation. And I have like a fear clearing technique that I use that actually helps me get into the headspace of like, this isn't fear, this is me.
Oh.
Right? Yeah.
So what is that? Explain that.
It sounds really crazy, but there's a guy, he's called Dan Sainsbury, and his friends, I actually met him when I was in London. I used to work as a tequila girl, and I met him then. And so I've known him for like 20 years or something. And he is a psychologist, but he also has now gone down like the spiritual route, and he does more like healing. Right. And he does this technique that helps you to get kind of away from the narrative of why you feel an emotion, more just feeling the emotion in your body, and then doing some like affirmation and stuff and clearing around, imagining like this white light and clearing the emotion out of the body. Because once the emotion's released out of the body and then you ask yourself the same question, you always get a different answer. So like a lot of the time we hold like sadness, anger, or fear, but the kind of bottom negative emotion most of the time, under anger, under sadness, I believe a lot of the time there's a fear of something. And then when you get down to that root
Child
of what
trauma.
the fear is, or it could just be, it could be anything. Like you could dive into all the stories of it and you could talk about it for years, but you're still holding the emotion in your body. So his whole way of doing things is that you're clearing the emotion so you can move forwards. You don't need to just continue talking about it for the rest of your life. Like you need to get the emotion out. So he uses this technique where you basically close your eyes, you envision the word fear, and you feel the feeling in your body of what that brings up. And then you do lots of like kind of heart space work around breathing and affirmations and visualization to clear the emotion. And he has helped me when I've been in like the darkest places of feeling like kind of scared of myself, go from feeling like, what, literally hysterical, like what the fuck do I do, to feeling like, oh, everything's fine within like a half-hour session.
Wow.
Yeah. So I sometimes use that technique with people who come for readings. Not always, but if they're coming for a reading and I can tell that they're just really not in a good place, I'm obviously not a therapist, but I know that that's good. If they're open enough to it, I'll suggest it and we'll do like maybe 10 minutes. And quite often they'll bring their fear down from like an 8 or a 9 to like a 2.
Wow.
Yeah. I always ask them, what would you rate it out of 10? And then we do it. And then by the end, they feel a bit better. But yeah, it's a crazy technique. And when I first started doing it, I used to be like, this isn't going to work. Like, this is ridiculous, as most things that I've ended up doing.
Thanks to the grandmother.
Yeah. And also, well, it's funny we mentioned my grandma, but also my grandma's sister is a psychic.
Oh, shit.
And when we were younger, again, I used to be like, oh, she thinks she's psychic. That's stupid.
Oh, she's a fucking weirdo.
What a weirdo. Yeah.
Look at you now.
I know.
Weirdo.
Yeah, now I read books about Buddhism. I meditate, and I'm a psychic.
And you fucking you do readings over email.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Yeah, it's definitely hereditary to a certain point. Yeah.
That's interesting. Maybe what I've got is hereditary, but like I don't think anybody in my family has
I think
the
we
same
definitely
skill.
like yeah, I believe that like the psychic thing definitely comes from like my mother's side. There's quite a lot, like on my grandma's side there's her and like her sister, and then on my granddad's side his sister's like that's my granddad's sister. Who's that? I'm trying to think. I like brain boggled then by my own words. My granddad's sister. Having a moment. She used to be a witch. She was actually like part of a coven in Cornwall in England. Yeah. Well, they didn't call her a witch, but she was like, very knowing is what they said she was.
Knowing.
She was called knowing. They called it knowing in them days.
Right.
She was part of like coven as well. So my mum's side, there's like quite a lot of history around psychic abilities and.
Oh, you're definitely a psychic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. But it's even while just saying it out loud. Like when I first started, I used to be like, I'm an intuitive guide. And people would be like, what the fuck is that? Like, what do you mean? What the fuck do you do?
I'm a wanker.
And my friend was like, just say you're psychic. And I was like, I don't want to say it. Like, it feels weird.
I'm not certified.
I don't want to say it.
I'm a certified wanker.
But now I'm just like, I'm a professional psychic.
Wow.
If you get paid for something, you're a professional, right?
Hey, 100%. 100%. If you get paid for something, you're a professional.
Definitely.
Because you know what? The universe has conspired against you to put you in that moment to provide you with that skill and the transaction of money.
Yeah. I feel like it's evolved so naturally as well. I haven't forced it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I feel quite blessed
20
in that
years
sense.
ago, actually probably I think 26 years ago, I was telling people in Perth that I was going to be a photographer.
Yeah.
And I think it was probably 3 years ago, I randomly came across this Facebook profile. And I was like, is that my friend Lisa? Like, and I so didn't know. So I like added her as a friend.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I think I'll just message this girl. Like,
Yeah.
because there were two girls in the photo. There was
Yeah.
a brunette and there was a blonde.
Yeah.
And I was like, is this Lisa? Like from Redheads, the club in Perth.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, it is. She's like, is this Andrew? And I'm like, Andrew from like Redheads, and you used to like come in, blah blah blah, all this. I was like, yeah. Anyway, and then she goes to me, I can't believe it, you're a photographer now.
Oh, that's
And
so
I'm
nice.
like,
Yeah.
yeah. She's like, you were talking about that like in Perth days.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa.
I love that though. I feel like nothing is a coincidence. Like our things that we're interested in always, if we follow the path that we're supposed to go, like it'll just, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like if you make sure you're aligned, like things always play out, you know. If you have a vision, I feel like, yeah.
The number one problem I think that people have is they allow the intellect to step in
Yeah.
too much, and
Definitely.
they don't allow the universe just to give.
Yeah.
And I sound like a real fucking wanker
No,
now.
but it's true.
But
Like,
you have to be open enough to receive it and not think about it too much.
yeah, definitely.
And then it'll just like play out.
I remember being in banking, one of my first ever banking jobs, and I used to go to the gym every morning. And I remember thinking, I wish I worked in the gym. This would be way more fun than being in the office all day.
Because it was a happy place.
Yeah. And now I work in a gym. Like, I feel like the little thoughts that you have, they're always, you know, not coincidence. You think them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how I kind of, and let me just rewind a little bit. So me seeing auras only
Yeah.
really came about probably about, I'd like to say about 10 years ago.
Yeah. Okay.
And my awareness of it and the start of, I guess, the development of how I can use that skill.
Have you ever thought about doing the aura photography or not?
I'm not really into landscapes
Yeah.
unless
Yeah.
there's a naked girl in the photo. Or a half naked person.
But you have people, don't you? Don't they? With the aura photography, you take a picture of the person and then you have the colours around them.
Oh, yeah, that's called what's it called? Light painting. That's called light painting.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. I actually do have a wand. I got that.
Oh, really?
I've never used it.
Yeah, maybe you should
Oh, fuck. I probably should.
listen to the psychic.
Yeah. No, I've got a mate that so the mate that got married in New Zealand, he's
Yeah.
into landscapes.
Yeah,
I got
okay.
him into photography, and he's like, "Oh my god, you've like opened my eyes so much about, you know, endless possibilities, and you know, da 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 da." And when he started, he was like sending me these like Japanese gardens.
Yeah.
He's like, "Look at this! Oh my god, the technique, blah 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 blah." I was like, "You've lost me.
Bored.
There's no model in the photo.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, you know."
People were definitely more interesting.
People are definitely more interesting.
Yeah.
But I think I've had this skill my whole life because I was a very emotional child.
Yeah, same.
And I cry at everything.
Yeah,
And
same.
I think it's because I
What
was
star sign are you?
Sagittarius.
Oh, okay.
I think it's because I was taking on too much energy from other
Yeah.
people, and I just couldn't like
Deal with it.
deal with it.
Yeah.
You know, and then my parents like were constantly fighting and like all this type of stuff, and then, you know, they broke up and blah blah blah. Like, it's just
Yeah.
too much. And then I went through some pretty bad stuff like in my adolescence and things like that. But only when I was 18 had I decided, after a trip with my dad, after like after that trip, I decided, you know what, I'm going to flip this switch
Yeah.
and be the person that I want to be and build the personality that I want rather than this facade of what I can see in society.
Yeah. Or what you think people want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was all like bullshit,
Yeah.
you know? Like if I can, I don't know, like through my words and my actions make people happy
Yeah.
to bring positivity in people's lives, like I'm going to do that, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Which is why on my bio on Instagram, I've got like breaking stereotypes
Yeah, okay.
because it's all about breaking stereotypes. Like you can have an idea of what I'm like,
Yeah.
but until you meet me,
Yeah.
you know,
You never know until you meet someone.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because we spoke about it before we started about
Yeah.
the whole fakery of people online.
Yeah.
And like I try to be as open and honest and authentic
Yeah,
online as I am in real life.
Yeah.
And it does pay dividends because
Yeah.
every single person that
People
I've
resonate with you when you're just yourself.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, every single shoot that I ever have, guarantee the person, and if it's someone that I haven't done a shoot with, guarantee during that shoot there'll be a sentence that says, "Hey, you know you're exactly like you are online."
Yeah, you're like the same person. Wow. Like,
And
you know,
I'm
'cause
like,
so many people aren't though.
oh yeah,
you
which
know?
is that's the dark side of
And
social media,
especially in the like, I feel like,
photography world.
but also when it comes to like spirituality and fitness and
Yeah,
like health coaches and coaches of all kinds and self development as well. It's all just such bollocks most of the time.
because they're just
Like,
trying to like make a buck.
oh, it's just because people want to pretend or they want to play this part of like being, you know, fully healed and having their shit together. And the reality is like not many people have got their shit together.
Yeah,
And like I think we're all human as well, and everyone goes through like, you know, challenging times. But I probably overshare a lot of my challenging times. And sometimes friends have said, oh, you know, you probably shouldn't share that. And I'm like, why not? Because every time I do, I get at least one message from someone, if not more, that will say, oh, thank you for sharing that. This has also happened to me. Like all the time. It brings people close together. They feel more connected to you. Yeah, I'm going to keep oversharing. I love it.
yeah.
And I think it's good to show your like humanness and show that like you don't like always have to have your shit together.
The number one problem is that we're human.
Yeah.
The best thing
Is that we're human.
is that we're human.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
if you just be you, then it doesn't really matter what anybody else thinks.
Yeah. And I trust people more as well. Like I trust coaches and other people who I go to when they share more about who they really are as well. I don't trust people that look like they've got everything sorted.
That's interesting. Yeah.
You know, 24/7 got everything sorted.
Yeah. So when I went to Sydney, one of the models that I did a shoot with, we're having a conversation afterwards, and I actually hadn't met her before, right?
Yeah.
And I invited her to come to this like casting, and then we like shot the next day and all this, and she actually said to me, she goes, because it was a conversation around, oh, how did you find me, yada yada yada, like, and I was like, oh, I think you were like following one of my friends or following an account that I follow, and it would come up as recommended, and I thought, you know, you might be interested. And she was like, yeah, I like looked through your profile, and I thought, who is this guy? And she goes, you want to know the thing that got me?
What?
The thing that made me think, yep, this is like the real deal. And I was like, yeah, what? She's like, the interviews.
Yeah.
She's like, the interviews.
Because you're yourself.
Because you're yourself.
Yeah, 100%.
And like, you can just be yourself. And like, you're an idiot. You make
and
jokes.
You're just like super happy and smiling.
Yeah.
I was really excited to meet you today because I've watched your interviews, right?
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
So I was just like, oh, it's so good to get that feedback
Yeah.
because, you know, no one fucking talks.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
weird because social media isn't very social.
I don't know. I feel like I'm very social on social media. But I mean, yeah, I think it just like, I think it's like anything. You attract your tribe, don't you? Like,
Yeah.
you know, but yeah, there's so much fake stuff on there. But I feel like everyone I follow and everyone I've like ever spoke to, and I try to, yeah, follow the right people, I guess. Or
Yeah.
I feel like I attract the right people as well that follow me. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. All right, I've got a question for you.
Yeah. Ooh.
What advice would you give your younger self?
Oh, jeez. Where do we start? Don't chase boys.
Bro!
Don't waste time chasing boys. That's what I tell my younger self.
Don't waste time.
Chasing boys.
Do you feel like you're wasting
no,
time?
I don't. I say that because it's funny, because friends and like since I was younger, friends and that have always said like, oh, you always just talk about boys. And like I remember when I was younger, I was just obsessed, you know. That's all I did, chase boys.
What were you talking about?
This boy, that boy, always a boy.
Three
When I was
boys?
a teenager.
3 boys at the
Talking about
same
when I was, like,
time?
really young. No, let's not go down that road.
Shit.
Some of my family might listen to this.
Oh, okay.
Although I'm pretty open about too much anyway. But yeah. No, what advice would I really give my younger self? That was probably
Don't chase boys.
No, it would be that one. But I think also like to just be myself more. I wish I'd like been myself like sooner.
Yeah, I get that. I think what's the word? What's the saying? Hindsight is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
However,
I don't really regret anything though. I don't really have any regrets.
I don't have regrets either.
No, not really.
The universe made you who you were at that time.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's kind of a bit like
I also
nothing
feel like
happens.
any bad experiences I've had, even like traumatic ones, in a way they kind of shape you, you know?
You have to go through them.
Yeah. I think that's like a good way of trying to deal with them a little bit as well, because you're like, well, you know, I wouldn't be here today doing this if like that didn't happen.
Yeah.
It's all part of the journey sort of thing.
Yeah.
But like obviously when bad shit's happening and someone says that to you, wrong timing.
Just get a slap on the face.
You're like, what?
when you're in it,
yeah,
it's hard.
Yeah, when you're in it and someone says something like, oh, you know, maybe this is all happening for a reason, you're like, what the fuck? That was really inappropriate.
Shut the fuck up, Karen.
That is really inappropriate to say that. But then I
Did
think
Karen actually say that to you?
Someone did say something to me when I was literally trying to get out of my last relationship, which in the end ended up being like a domestic violence case.
Fuck.
Like, it was pretty fucked.
Shut up, Monique.
Someone said to me something along the lines of why I'd maybe attracted it. And I just remember thinking, fuck you. You know? Seriously. Fuck you.
Dude.
Yeah.
What?
Inappropriate. Very inappropriate. But now I can see that I was in a very, like I said before, like quite a self-destructive, self-sabotaging state when I met that person. So I kind of did it in a way. But yeah, for someone to say that to you when you're in it and not in a good place is the last thing you want to hear.
Yeah, I mean...
You know? And sometimes just shit things happen. Like I don't feel like we can always rationalise everything.
I come back to my statement before about the universe putting you in situations to...
Make you evolve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like force you to evolve, but like
Kind of
trigger you to evolve.
Yeah.
So the universe selected that person to say that to you, and in actual fact, all they were doing was showing you a mirror.
Yeah, 100%. And also
because you knew it.
Yeah.
You
that's
did
why
actually
I was
know
like,
it.
fuck you.
Yeah. You're like, fuck You universe.
I think as well, like if that as shit as my whole experience was, last year, like choosing to be like completely single, like was completely uninvolved with any men, was like such a game changer for me, massively, in so many ways. Can't even explain. Yeah.
Because
And it wouldn't have happened if had I not had that experience.
you kind of got your self-confidence, and then you probably were attracting people, right?
Like last year, well, like the beginning of the year, I just felt awful.
Yeah.
But then even when I started to feel better, I just was like so uninterested in everyone. I was like, no, my peace is protected. Go away. But I'm more open now, but I feel like I just needed that time to be like completely uninvolved with anyone.
Yeah.
To like kind of be know myself, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I know myself.
Be comfortable
now.
in yourself.
I know what I want. I know what I don't want. I know what I'll accept. I know what I won't accept. Like I'm more, yeah.
What do you want, Danielle?
Oh, but I'm very indecisive, so it kind of changes daily. But just to be like, I don't know, like life's pretty good at the moment, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like life, I'm a bit burnt out at the minute because I've been working a lot, but life's pretty good at the moment. Like everything's kind of good. Yeah.
What, like who inspires you?
Oh, I think a lot of like my friends inspire me really.
So the people that you
people
hang
around
with.
me, yeah. I feel like everyone's had their challenges, and I'm surrounded by some of the most like strongest women as well who've just been through the most challenging shit, and they're still so motivated and determined and driven and soft and caring, and yeah, their capacity like astounds me, you know. Yeah.
I think the interesting thing about having this podcast is I've sat down with 94 people
Yeah.
and had an in-depth conversation about their lives and shared my life and all this, and
Yeah.
everyone's so different, but everyone, I feel, shares the same like tenacity for life and like drive to kind of like be motivated and do stuff without even knowing about it. Like I keep coming back to this one podcast guest who before we started recording, he said, oh, I don't really know why you've invited me. I think because you're trying to get into another demographic of audience. I was like, nah, Jeff, I'll like find something interesting about you.
Yeah.
Right. And he's a photographer.
Yeah.
And we were like talking. And then come to the end of the podcast, I was like, how can people find you? And he's like, this is my social media. And then I was like, how did you come up with that name?
Yeah.
Like it's got the AUS on the end.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh, because I competed like internationally in fencing. And I'm like,
So random.
what the fuck? The fuck? How? Why? He's like, oh, we were just like with my kids, like playing with sticks all the time.
That's crazy.
And then next thing you know, wanted to like go on and, you know.
But he just didn't think he had anything to talk about, but he did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
And like, you know, got into a local club and did all the different styles of fencing and then got really good and then competed internationally. I was like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't have anything interesting to say.
I think everyone's got something interesting to say.
Yeah. It's just about like how you kind of, I guess, like draw it out.
Draw it out of people. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's funny, isn't it?
So, what are your plans for the rest of the year?
The rest of the year, prioritizing my time a little bit better, focusing on like my business more, like as a psychic and doing readings.
Any trips to Ibiza?
No, I'm planning a trip to London probably.
Oh,
yeah.
got to see the fam bam.
Yeah, gotta go see my family. Probably in like June or July.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully. That's the plan.
Shout out to mum.
Yeah, I've got
Is dad still around?
yeah.
Shout out to mum and dad.
Yeah. And
Brothers and
I've
sisters.
got 2 brothers.
Shout out to
both
me brothers.
younger.
Oh, you're the
Yes,
oldest.
I'm the oldest. Yeah, big bossy sister.
Oh shit.
And I've got a niece and 2 nephews as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Any kids that you know about?
What do you mean? What? Do I have kids? No.
Yeah, so you don't have kids that you don't know about?
Well, that would be. How would I know? Isn't that a question for a man?
Yeah, it is a question. It's all about inclusivity here.
Yeah, you assuming my gender.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I don't have any children.
Okay.
But yeah, my brother's got 3.
Oh wow.
Yeah, all under 2,
Oh
or one's just turned 2. He's got
twins.
Yeah,
Oh.
twins. Yeah. So I haven't met the twins yet.
All under 2.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. He's a machine. He's crazy.
He literally was a machine, or they don't have any heating.
Gross. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm gonna go to London.
What's that brother's name?
Jake.
Shout out to Jake.
Yeah, and then my little one's called George.
Oh,
Little
Jake
brother.
and George.
Jake and George. Yeah,
Ooh.
cute.
But
But yeah, London, and then I think just really focusing on my business and trying to I haven't had a day off like properly in a while, so I just need to prioritize my time better this year. It's like my main goal.
I feel so privileged you came here.
Yeah, well, I don't have work until 4 o'clock today.
Yeah,
so-
but still,
Yeah.
hang on, 4 o'clock at the gym.
Yeah, because I'm training people tonight.
Oh, I have no idea what day it is today.
Yeah,
It's Thursday, right?
Thursday, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Thursday night at the gym.
Yeah, and then Fridays I'm at the moment renting a space in Port Melbourne in like a shop. It's kind of like a witchy magic shop. Like, yeah, it's in Port Melbourne, so I'm renting a space doing readings in person there on Fridays.
Wow.
Yeah. And then Saturdays, and I don't know, I've kind of just been working a lot, but yeah. So my goal for the year is to like prioritize what's important, which is like my business basically and my health. Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah.
Your business and your health.
Yeah. So I think that's the goal for the year. Yeah.
And how can people find you?
Mainly my Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danielle Finds.
Danielle Finds. You know what's really funny about that? People always like finds. They think it's because like I'm psychic. I find stuff out, right? They assume that's what it is.
You're going to issue a ticket.
My surname is Findlater, which is actually spelt find later. But when I turned my Instagram, I didn't want to use my surname because I didn't want everyone finding it using my full name, which is funny. Find, so I turned it into Danielle Finds, and then it's really funny because that's how people find me now. So I've just had to keep it like that. So I just kept it like that. Yeah.
I mean,
My dad's like, "Why have you shortened your surname? Like, why have you changed it?"
Shut up, Dad. Instagram
I
just
did it.
suggested it.
But yeah, Danielle Finds. Yeah. So mainly Instagram.
Yeah.
But I have a Facebook and I have a TikTok, but that's another goal this year is to be more consistent with all my other social media.
It's so much work.
It is. It's like a job in itself.
Do you need a social media manager?
Maybe. Is that what you do?
I know a guy who's just gone full time.
Yeah.
No, I don't need more accounts to have to manage. It's just
really
fucking
is a full-time
ridiculous.
job. Which is why I need to prioritize my time better. Yeah. Because I'm just always doing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've started to get that dip on your little finger
Oh, from your phone.
from like holding the phone.
Oh, that's
I'm
the
like,
worst.
oh, and then my hand cramps
Hand
up.
hurts.
I was like, gotta
Oh,
swap hands.
so bad, isn't it?
It's like trying
And
to
it's
teach.
one of those things like I try not to be on my phone all the time, but I feel like I always am on it.
Yeah, well, I
So
switched to the
hard.
laptop
Yeah.
because you can do it on a laptop now.
I'm trying to do now. I have like a bit of a strategy. I want to try and like create things in advance. So I always say I'm going to do this and I don't do it.
It's hard.
Yeah.
I'm the type of person who I get this idea. I'm like, let's go. I want to do it now.
same. Yeah, same.
But you know, you just have to deal with the cramps and all this, which is a good thing because obviously I get to sit down with people and have this conversation. Don't look at your phone, whatever. And we just
Yeah.
talk. And then I've started, I mean, because I go to the gym in the morning, I
Yeah.
have to do that for like my mental clarity,
Yeah.
you know, beat those demons out.
Yeah.
And then,
That's what the gym's good for.
yeah. And then I started up Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu again. So
Yeah,
I've been twice this week.
Yeah.
I need to learn though, do not do a gym
The same day.
weight session in the morning if you're going to go to jiu-jitsu at night, because my muscles last night stopped
Jeez.
working. Like the strength was just gone. And I'm like, what is going? And then I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I went to the gym.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like cardio's fine, just don't.
I'm the same. I
do
went
any
to
weights.
I did a session where, and as a PT, you think I'd know better. No. I last Saturday walked to the gym in 30 degrees, did an hour and a half weights workout, and then walked home in 30 degrees. The walk's 40 minutes both ways. Absolutely buggered myself. I could not move.
Danielle.
Yeah, I'm very extreme. It's either go to the gym and go do that or don't go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It meant you get a lot of stuff done
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
inspire people.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Except I'm really tired right now.
Well, we've been going for an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh my God, really? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
It's gone so quick.
Thank you so much for coming along.
That's okay. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Shit, let me grab my phone because I need to take a selfie. Hang on.
Yay. Let's do a selfie. Should I take these off?
Nah, leave them on. Because technically we're still recording. Amazing.
Yay. Love it.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, thank you. That was super fun.
Amazing.
I don't know why I was so nervous. I
Yeah.
didn't overshoot anything that bad either. Could have
No.
been way worse.
No, that's exactly. That's for the X-rated
Yeah.
episode that's coming later on this year.
That's one I'll share on my other profile.
Yeah, I'll have Danielle back and we'll do another episode. Thanks everyone for listening in. Make sure you hit subscribe, that notification bell, and I'll catch you guys all in the next one. See ya.